The subcommittee will come to order, and before I begin my opening remarks and we start the formal part of the morning, just so everyone knows, unless there's something that I don't know, we're going to have to recess at around 11 o'clock for activity, required activity on the floor for all members. So we're going to try to get through as much of the opening remarks and things that we can this morning before that happens. But just so everybody's aware. But welcome to today's hearing, and thank you to my colleagues and our witnesses for being with us. You know, chemicals are the building blocks of America's modern economy. Everything around us in this hearing room, for example, including our clothes, our cell phones, our transportation to get here, all of this is largely made possible because of innovations in the chemical sector. Friends, chemicals, all sorts of chemicals, quite literally make modern life possible. Now, I don't take issue with the EPA taking the necessary steps to reduce risk or to regulate responsibly, because we need that. But the scope, timing, and breadth of EPA's recent activities gives me pause, especially when the Biden administration constantly claims to have a robust industrial policy. On the one hand, we see the EPA, the Commerce Department, the White House touting the new next-generation semiconductor facilities, the battery plants, electric vehicles. These shiny new finished products will be made in America, they say. But at the same time, they pull the permits, slow the approvals, and bring their own regulatory hammer down on all the chemicals. And I'm talking about the plastics and the critical materials in the supply chain that are needed for the finished products they continuously brag about, that they want. We need our chemical regulatory framework to make sense. The dots need to be connected. To give an example, EPA is working through more than a dozen simultaneous actions that will directly and negatively impact the chemical manufacturing sector. In April 2023 alone, the EPA proposed new source performance standards and national emission standards for the synthetic organic chemical manufacturing industry that condensed 6 unique rulemakings into one proposal. An advance notice of proposed rulemaking to solicit public input on designated PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances under CERCLA, and national emission standards for ethylene oxide, or ETO, emissions that would severely threaten patient safety and disrupt our nation's healthcare system. On ETO specifically, Chair Rogers and Health Committee Subcommittee Chair Guthrie joined me in a letter to the Biden administration raising questions about the impact of EPA's proposal on the availability of sterile medical devices and on patient care. ETO is used to sterilize half of all the medical devices and 95% of surgical kits in the United States. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle with medical backgrounds share my concerns with the potential adverse health impacts of EPA's proposal. On top of medical applications, because chemicals are required to manufacture the vast majority of everyday products, the impact of these rulemakings across the supply chain is staggering. Additionally, EPA's actions contradict its stated desire to follow the best available science. In a recent review of EPA's Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS, on that work on formaldehyde, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine emphasized that EPA did not follow specific recommendations for problem formulation and protocol development. Despite questions around the validity of IRIS's values, the EPA surprisingly continues to use IRIS assessments in all rulemakings. EPA's actions have also been unpredictable because the agency has failed to meet statutory deadlines under the Toxic Substances Control Act, or TSCA. TSCA Section 5 requires EPA to make a risk determination about a new chemical or a new use of an existing chemical within 90 days, or 180 days if the agency needs an extension. However, the Government Accountability Office indicated that 90% of new chemical applications did not receive a decision from the EPA within the extended 180 days. How are companies supposed to innovate if EPA cannot make a decision in a timely manner? EPA's seeming lack of objectivity in regulating chemical manufacturing, whether for operating permits or risk determinations and management, highlights the need for congressional engagement and the importance of our hearing today. And I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about the practical, real-life impacts of EPA's regulatory regime in the chemical sector and the consequences for manufacturing across the board. The federal government should wield its authority to foster innovation, not stifle progress across industries. We all want clean air, clean water, and clean products, but there must be a consideration of the balances of regulating critical, life-saving chemical building blocks to the point that we are dependent on even more critical materials from overseas, especially from countries like China. With that, I yield back, and the chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Tonko from New York, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you holding this hearing. I'm always supportive of the subcommittee carrying out its responsibility to conduct oversight over the programs within our jurisdiction. However, I feel compelled to mention that as we continue to operate in a speakerless House, it disrupts and certainly distracts from important work that needs to be done by Congress. So it is delaying the enactment of essential assistance to our allies abroad, for example. And rather than fully funding EPA for fiscal year 2024 to ensure that the agency has the resources and personnel necessary to improve its chemical safety program, we are inching closer to another reckless and unnecessary government shutdown standoff. But with that said, let me turn to the focus of today's hearing before we must recess. And I would like to begin by acknowledging that there certainly are chemicals that play an important role in modern American life. No one here would deny that. I also don't think anyone would suggest that a chemical, no matter how essential it is perceived to be, should be given a free pass from our environmental laws. No one would defend a chemical being allowed to be produced with unlimited air pollution or disposed of anywhere or in any manner that the producer liked. And no chemical is so important that we shouldn't seek to protect workers and vulnerable people, such as pregnant women and children, with common sense safeguards to reduce exposure risks. So I hope we can agree that this is really about finding a balance to implement a chemical safety regulatory regime that considers essential needs while also protecting our public health and our environment. And from where I sit, I think it is obvious that we historically have not found that right balance. You need only look at how many millions of Americans are dealing with the consequences of PFAS in their drinking water, because that is what can happen when we allow dangerous chemicals into commerce without proper consideration for how they will be produced, how they will be used, and how they will be disposed of. I noticed that a couple of the witnesses' testimonies mentioned methylene chloride. It wasn't that long ago that any of us could have gone to a local hardware store and purchased a paint stripper containing methylene chloride. And you know what happened because of that. Dozens of Americans died, including people that did everything right. They took precautions and worked in well-ventilated spaces. I've met with some of their families. I've met with people that have suffered and died from asbestos-related diseases. And I've met with people who connect their rare forms of cancer to PFAS exposures. So I appreciate that the chemical industry does create jobs and that there may be some high-risk chemicals necessary for certain essential uses. But let's not pretend there isn't a cost to a lax chemical safety regulatory regime. And it's not measured in dollars. It's measured, more importantly, in lives. So no, I don't believe EPA is overreaching today. The agency is responding to the reality that for most of our history, including the first 40 years of TSCA, we had a very limited and ineffective chemical safety program. It is long past time to restore a semblance of balance. I know from firsthand experience that the effort to reform TSCA was a hard-fought negotiation. And while I did not support the final legislation at the time, I have never once sought to undermine that agreement. and I would strongly caution everyone against thinking it would be easy to reopen any portion of those talks without reopening everything. But I do want to see EPA administer an effective and efficient program, and I am happy to work across the aisle in good faith efforts to improve these processes, provided it does not compromise public health protections. But what I cannot tolerate is a suggestion that we return to a time when corporate bottom lines are held above all other regulatory considerations, because I am not convinced that environmental protections are ultimately harmful to our economy or our competitiveness. Setting aside the health benefits, regulations are often catalysts for innovation, driving industry to develop safer alternative chemistries, production methods, and pollution controls that they otherwise would not have been incentivized to pursue. I do want to thank our witnesses for joining us, and I look forward to their testimony. And I want to especially express my appreciation to Dr. Woodruff for her efforts to ensure that EPA is using sound science to inform its risk evaluation methods. I thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Chair. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes for her opening statement.
Good morning. Boosting U.S. manufacturing is key to winning the future. For decades, America has been the best place to live, raise a family, and build a business. Historically, we've done more than any other country to improve people's lives, thanks in large part to our leadership in everything from healthcare to energy, national security, and technology, all of which rely heavily on chemical manufacturing and its supply chain. That includes medical devices, surgical equipment, heart valves for infants, and drinking water treatments. It includes protective gear for law enforcement and our troops, and it's essential for building semiconductors, which are key to securing our competitive edge against countries like China. These products save lives, energy, and advance our standard of living, and they are all currently under threat by the EPA. A recent report found that there's going to be a decline in the growth rate of the demand for chemical products. According to the report, this decline is the result of both rising competition from China and harmful regulations in the U.S. that are forcing businesses and jobs out of the country. President Biden's systematic shutdown of American industry is increasing our cost of living and forcing us to rely on other countries, like China, with worse environmental and human rights records. Just as we are seeing with the auto sector, the policies of the Biden administration are weakening American leadership and strengthening China. The EPA is at the center of this regulatory stranglehold. Many of the agency's recent regulatory actions go far beyond what is reasonable to keep people safe. For example, by delaying evaluations and policy decisions for new and existing chemicals, the EPA is creating expensive uncertainty for businesses and harming innovators. These regulations span multiple laws and raise serious concerns regarding EPA's motives, as well as the methods and models used to justify many of its decisions. Like many of my colleagues, I'm very concerned, for example, of how the EPA is trying to regulate the chemical used to sterilize approximately half of all medical devices and 95% of all surgical kits in the United States. EPA is taking steps to drastically restrict its use, which will significantly disrupt patient access to emergency care and threaten patient safety from hospital-borne infections. The Food and Drug Administration has acknowledged the life-threatening consequences for patients if our healthcare system lacks adequate sterilization. It isn't clear to us that EPA is listening. The reality is, many more of EPA's proposed restrictions will create more harm than good. By all measures, America has significantly improved the nation's air quality and enhanced people's protections from pollution. Our environmental standards are the best in the world. Despite this progress, however, the Biden EPA has moved ahead with these far-reaching regulatory attacks. The longer we continue down this path, the more jobs, innovation, and investment we will force out of the United States, leaving in an opening for more products and chemicals to come in from China, the largest polluter in the world with the worst environmental standards. That's putting polluters over people. We should be focusing on how we make make people's lives better and safer. And I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today who can shed light on how manufacturing has been affected and how these efforts are limiting America's ability to create and produce critical, often life-saving products used every day. I look forward to discussing these issues today, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize my friend and the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's now day 16 of the House being paralyzed without a speaker, and we're 30 days away from another potential government shutdown. This hearing comes at a time when House Republicans' dysfunction is hurting the American people, weakening our economy, and undermining our national security. All year, House Republicans have caved to the extreme elements in their party who have no interest in governing. They have forced cuts to critical federal programs in spite of a funding agreement between the former Speaker and President Biden, and they came close, dangerously close, to a government shutdown that would have cost our national economy upwards of $13 billion a week and forced our troops to work without pay. I just think the American people deserve better. Democrats have repeatedly tried to stop this chaos from hurting everyday Americans, but it's long past time for House Republicans to reject the extremists in their party. We should be working together to lower costs for American families and to grow our economy and the middle class. It's time for the chaos and the dysfunction to end. Unfortunately, committee Republicans are once again rejecting bipartisanship today in an effort to continue their partisan attacks against the EPA. The Republicans criticize the EPA for simply following the law and fulfilling its mission of protecting Americans' health and the environment. Republicans are simply wrong when they claim that EPA protections hurt jobs and the economy. This is nothing but a false narrative designed to further their polluters over people agenda. And in fact, it's just the opposite. History has shown that EPA's protections yield more benefits for Americans than any other agency, and its benefits outweigh its costs by more than 13 to 1. EPA has made significant strides in reducing pollution and exposure to toxic contaminants over the last 50 years, while our nation's economy has continued to grow. And yet committee Republicans continue to do the bidding of their polluter friends, even now attacking environmental laws that they themselves supported. Committee Republicans are attacking the updates we made to the Toxic Substance Control Act, or TSCA, 6 years ago. The Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act strengthened the 40-year-old law by ensuring that EPA determines a chemical is safe before it's put on the market. It also requires that safety determinations be based solely on health and environmental risk. And this is common sense, and that's why it passed out of this committee and became law with overwhelming bipartisan support. But again, House Republicans are not the same as they were 6 years ago. Earlier this year, they tried to gut these reforms and would once again allow chemicals into the market without a determination of safety. And that's putting American lives at risk. Republicans are also attempting an attacking an EPA proposal to curb ethylene oxide, or ETO pollution, a carcinogenic gas used to sterilize products like medical equipment. Workers and residents in the communities around commercial sterilization facilities have tremendously high cancer risks. EPA has worked closely with its federal partners on this proposal to reduce exposure to ETO while maintaining the integrity of the supply chain. And this will help ensure that patients and providers have continued access to the sterile devices they need. But again, these Republican attacks are putting the lives of more than 14 million people at risk. These people live within 5 miles of an ETO-emitting facility and are at risk of various cancers of the blood and breast cancer. And Republicans also want to undercut protections to expedite review of PFAS, which would allow potential dangerous chemicals into the homes of millions of Americans. It stands in stark contrast to the PFAS Action Act that the House passed last Congress under Democratic leadership, which would have protected our air, land, and water from harmful PFAS contamination. So it's bad enough that Republicans are trying to undermine public health and environmental protection at every turn, but they've also proposed dangerous cuts to EPA funding that helps the agency carry out these vital programs. So today, EPA is providing a robust federal framework to review and appropriately control potentially dangerous chemicals to prevent harmful exposures and protect the environment. These protections are helping to drive innovation, grow our economy, and protect public health all at the same time. It's time for Republicans to stop pushing the industry line and work with Democrats to start supporting safeguards that benefit all Americans. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. And now our witnesses for today. We have Mr. Peter Huntsman, President and CEO of the Huntsman Corporation. Thank you, sir, for being here. Mr. Scott Whitaker, President and CEO of the Advanced Medical Technology Association. Thank you, sir. Ms. Tracy Woodruff, Professor and Director for the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment at the University of California, San Francisco. Ms. Woodruff, thank you for being here. And Mr. Jahn, President and CEO of the American Chemistry Council. Mr. Huntsman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your opening comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on regulation of the American chemical sector. I'm here to share my observations on policy, political, business, and cultural forces that I believe present eminent risk to the American chemical sector. If there is one conclusion I want members of this committee to come away with from my testimony, it is this: American prosperity, security, and power are entirely dependent on a strong, thriving, and properly regulated chemical sector. Without it, our way of life is not possible. That is not hyperbole. It is physical, mutable reality. 1937, my father's life began in an Idaho home with no running water. By the end of his life in 2018, he had built a global chemical company with billions of dollars in revenue, dozens of operations in multiple countries, tens of thousands of employees. He donated his life's work to endow the Huntsman Cancer Institute, as well as other causes dealing with homelessness, mental health, and education. His was a story that could only happen in America. After dropping out of college, I started my career in 1983 as a truck driver. Over 40 years, I've witnessed the boom and bust business cycles, mergers and acquisitions, multiple iterations of peak oil, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the unification of Europe, the rise of China, the creation of the internet, and the transformational impact of hydraulic fracturing, among others. I've also observed the policy and regulatory environment around the chemical sector ebb and flow across Democrat and Republican administrations and Congress. Our company in the chemical industry has played a role in all of it. In the chemical industry, we take atoms and molecules, break them apart, and put them back together to make the building blocks of virtually everything we see and touch in modern life. Automobiles, airplanes, smartphones, homes, buildings, pharmaceuticals, wind turbines, EV batteries, solar panels, clothing, cosmetics, shoes, clean drinking water, and crop fertilizers, just to name a few. Pretty much everything. The most utilized starting atoms or feedstock for chemical manufacturing are hydrocarbons derived from petroleum, natural gas liquids, otherwise known as fossil fuels. Without abundant access to fossil fuel feedstocks, we cannot manufacture chemicals. I'm increasingly concerned that many government and business leaders lack an understanding of how things are made. I believe the main reason for this is because in the post-Cold War era of globalization, the United States underwent a form of deindustrialization and outsourced our manufacturing. Wall Street and Silicon Valley became the centers of gravity in America. Making things went out of vogue. This manufacturing exodus led people to forget how things are made in the most basic molecular level. When I look at an iPhone, I see a device consisting of minerals and elements extracted from Earth and refined thousands of times over into chemicals, plastics, glass, and other materials. The same is true for millions of other products that we use in our daily lives. One of the biggest threats to the American way of life is the belief that we can choose not to develop our natural resources. Until the advent of new technology and a massive expansion in nuclear power, The idea that American society can simply transition away from fossil fuels and chemicals and somehow maintain our way of life, I believe, is both naive and dangerous. This is not physically possible. Serious countries and people understand this reality. The goal of government and business is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across society. Policy and regulation should be calibrated to increase natural resource extraction and chemical manufacturing more efficiently and productively. It is a chemical sector that leads the molecules that allows individuals and society collectively to lower their emissions. The United States, with its combination of freedom, capitalism, scientific inquiry, deep capital markets, legal protection, and entrepreneurial spirit, possess the power to solve humanity's problems. As the geopolitical tides churn and countries reassess their priorities in a more dangerous world, decisions around natural resources, energy, chemicals, and material innovation will return to the forefront for governments and businesses. This is not the time to further outsource our energy and manufacturing capabilities. History shows that such policy decisions determine the fate of nations and societies. I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huntsman. Mr. Whitaker, you're now recognized for 5 minutes opening comments.
Chairman Johnson and Ranking Member Tonko and all members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee on such an important matter. I'm Scott Whitaker. I'm the president and CEO of AdvaMed. It's the MedTech Association, and we represent 450 medical technology companies, from the smallest startups to the mid-sized companies to the largest global medical manufacturers as well, all of which serve patients in every healthcare setting with life-saving and life-enhancing medical technologies. Half of all medical devices produced every year in the United States are sterilized with ethylene oxide. That's approximately 20 billion devices. And we accomplish all of that while using less than half of 1% of all ethylene oxide used commercially in the United States. The list of critical, everyday medical equipment that relies solely on this sterilization method is long. Surgical kits with instruments such as scopes and clamps and scalpels and tubings and scalpers, all the tools necessary to conduct a surgery. Heart valves, pacemakers, respirators, IV sets, endoscopes, kidney dialysis instruments, continuous glucose monitors, and insulin infusion kits. All are sterilized with ethylene oxide and regulated by the FDA. The FDA has been clear that it's concerned about the availability of these 20 billion medical devices if the EPA's proposed rules are not done right. On March 15th, the FDA wrote, without ETO, there would be a significant sterilization shortfall with no commensurate sterilization alternative available, saying those shortfalls of a variety of critical medical devices would be imminent. These disruptions, they say, stemming from a lack of ETO, would have significant impacts on patient health, access, and critical medical devices. That's their quote. Safe ethylene oxide usage by commercial sterilizers has been regulated by the EPA for decades. We follow all federal and state requirements, and we've made it clear that we welcome updated regulations. After all, our industry's commitment to saving and improving lives does not end where sterilization begins. It bears repeating. We welcome updated rules. But it's absolutely critical that the regulations be done right. Sterilization is currently at capacity, and no new ETO sterilization facilities are currently under construction in the United States. Our industry is and has been working to develop new sterilization methods. However, they do not currently exist at the scale or the effectiveness of ETO, and FDA agrees. The reality is, according to a gap analysis of our industry, if EPA's proposed rules are finalized as written, the U.S. could face a 30 to 50% reduction in medical devices available to patients today. This would have a disastrous effect on patient care, because 95% of all surgical instruments are sterilized with ETO. Virtually every patient awaiting surgeries could be impacted. C-sections, heart valve repairs, Open heart surgeries, hip replacements, knee replacements, brain surgeries, cancer biopsies, the list could go on and all could be disrupted. The FDA has been very clear, and we agree with the FDA. We simply cannot afford this risk. The EPA's mandate to protect the public is critical, which is why we've approached the EPA as partners, not as adversaries. For the rules to be updated in a way that continues to protect surrounding communities and ensures medical device availability, we're seeking a series of changes which we've outlined in our public comments to the EPA. We remain hopeful that the EPA will take them to heart. Finally, let me say in closing a quick word about PFAS as it relates to and will be discussed later today. It's hard to imagine the medical industry without many important products that contain fluoropolymers. CPAP machines, prosthetics, IV bags, surgical instruments, as I mentioned earlier, and many other medical technologies contain PFAS. These medical devices are critical to the treatment and the health of all Americans. Much like the regulations on ETO, it's essential that any regulation on PFAS takes into account the manufacturing and the availability of essential medical devices. When it comes to the regulatory process, congressional oversight is vital. Hearings such as this are important to make sure regulations meet their intent and do not harm the patients and the innovators who will be impacted by them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for inviting me to testify on this critical, important public health issue.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Ms. Woodruff and Mr. Jahn, unfortunately, we're not going to get to you until after the recess. We have no choice. We're due down on the floor. We will now recess for floor activity. The subcommittee will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
See you in a couple hours.
The committee will come to order, and we will now resume with witness testimony. Dr. Woodruff, you are recognized for your 5 minutes. And let me reassure Dr. Woodruff and Mr. Jahn, your testimony will be a part of the record in spite of the fact that we still have members coming back. But I want to be respectful of your time that you've given us today, so we're not going to delay any longer. So if you would, Dr. Woodruff, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Chairman Rogers, Chairman Johnson, and Ranking Members Pallone and Tonko, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Dr. Tracy Woodruff, a professor from the University of California, San Francisco, and director of the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment. We conduct research to understand how industrial chemicals and environmental pollutants impact people's health. Toxic chemicals are widespread in our air, water, food, homes, and workplaces, and consequently, exposures begin before birth and continue throughout life. We know these exposures take a measurable toll on people's health and can increase the risk of cancer, infertility, asthma, neurological disease, cardiovascular disease, and multiple adverse impacts on child development. Environmental regulations came about from necessity. Before EPA was established and laws including the Clean Air Act and the Clean Air Water Act were enacted, toxic waste and chemicals were literally dumped into our air and water unchecked. Pictures of cities like New York and Pittsburgh before and after the 1970s show a stark improvement. Here is the very good news. Environmental regulations and clean environment are good for people's health and the economy. Since 1970, environmental regulations led to a 78% decrease in 6 different air pollutants, while at the same time, our GDP increased 304%. The success is due to both environmental regulations and American innovators. Environmental regulations are innovation generators, resulting in new businesses, new jobs, and new products safer for consumers, workers, and communities. EPA regulated formaldehyde in pressed wood products after it was discovered formaldehyde was harming people living in trailers after Hurricane Katrina. The manufacturing of formaldehyde-free pressed wood products increased. The soy-based adhesive industry, which has manufacturers in the U.S., is predicted to grow almost 8% a year, which is also economically beneficial to U.S. soybean farmers. Environmental regulations also produce enormous societal benefits from reduced health problems. OMB reported that over a 10-year span, the annual benefits to the American public of EPA major rules range from $194 billion to $687 billion per year, almost all from reduced health risks due to lowered pollutant emissions, and it far outweighed the estimated costs. As another example, EPA's recent proposed drinking water regulations for 6 PFAS would provide health benefits as high as $2 billion a year and represents an important step forward in addressing the health risks of these forever chemicals. In a recent nationwide public opinion survey, over 90% of voters, including Republicans, Democrats, and independents, agreed the federal government should require products to be proven safe before companies are allowed to put them on the market. And it is important for companies to keep harmful chemicals out of everyday products, even if it increased costs. Congress updated the Toxic Substances Control Act, or TSCA, in 2016 to ensure EPA did a better job of protecting susceptible populations like pregnant women, children, workers, and people living in proximity to clusters of polluting facilities from harmful chemicals. But because our system to regulate toxic chemicals has allowed companies to put products into the marketplace before we are sure they are safe and allowed companies to release known toxic chemicals into the environment, we continue to see problems like widespread PFAS contamination crisis and fence-line community exposures to dangerous levels of carcinogens like ethylene oxide. In 2016, after extensive external peer review and public comment, EPA concluded ethylene oxide inhalation is carcinogenic to humans. Studies also find ethylene oxide associated with neurological, respiratory, and reproductive harm. Multiple communities in the U.S., often low-income and communities of color, are exposed to dangerous levels of ethylene oxide from sterilization facilities. EPA now has an opportunity to significantly reduce exposures to cancer-causing ETO by issuing a necessary update to its emission standards for sterilization facilities. I know you have witnesses here today representing industries concerned about the regulation of ETO and other chemicals, and it is important to hear from all affected stakeholders. However, it is also critical we prioritize health in environmental regulations and use science free of financial conflicts of interest or bias toward the industries that may have a vested financial interest in minimizing EPA's regulations. I encourage you to read our recent paper, The Devil We Know, which analyzes internal industry documents from PFAS manufacturers and show the industry knew about health harms decades before the public. This is an example of how it's important that financial interest be made transparent and demonstrates why it is essential to have a strong EPA using the best scientific methods to help protect people and communities from the impact of harmful chemicals, which in turn ensures a strong economy. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now the chair recognizes Mr. Jahn for 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Tonko, members of the subcommittee. We appreciate you holding this important hearing today, examining the impact of regulations on the chemical sector and the opportunity to discuss the vital role that chemistry plays in improving our quality of life. Today's hearing is coming at a time of unprecedented regulatory activity. So Congress must be actively involved to make sure that regulations are built on a sound foundation and deliver demonstrable benefits. Equally important is helping the Biden administration see the big picture and understand that regulations should not work against national priorities, including the manufacturing economy. You can see the products that we enable simply by looking around this room. Everything starts with manufacturing and chemistry. Your clothes, your phone, the chair you're sitting in, everything. The products of American chemistry support about 25% of U.S. GDP, provide good paying jobs to over 500,000 Americans, and 4 more million Americans rely on our industry to support their own jobs. Today, our industry is innovating to manufacture crucial ingredients, producing semiconductors, automotive parts, life-saving healthcare devices, building and construction materials, all critical components of modern life. The world is counting on us to create solutions for a safer, healthier future for generations to come. So if there's anything that you take away from my testimony today, it's that American success relies on American chemistry. But we need to get the right policy environment for that to happen. And unfortunately, recent regulatory actions by the Biden administration stand in the way of that success. And to be clear, this is not personal. It's about far more than chemical regulations under TSCA. It is across the board. It is air, water, climate, plastics, and more. In fact, we've identified more than a dozen proposals specifically targeting the chemical industry that impose a collective cost to the U.S. economy of over $7 billion per year using the federal government's own numbers. The mounting regulatory challenges we face jeopardizes America's economy and our ability to compete with countries like China. The heavy-handed approach the administration is taking will disrupt the supply chain for critical technologies and everyday products. Recently, ACC launched an initiative focused at making sure the Biden administration and Congress understand just how vital our industry is to the manufacturing supply chain and achieving a range of national priorities. We call it Chemistry Creates, America Competes. Chemistry creates jobs, chemistry creates innovations, chemistry creates the products and solutions that America needs. And if we allow chemistry to create, then America competes and America will win. Now let me be clear, I think this is really important. The chemical industry supports responsible regulation. It needs to be driven by science, it needs to promote innovation, and it needs to support supply chain resiliency. However, a growing number of proposed federal regulations do not meet these criteria. The administration, and specifically EPA, must put science first and develop regulations that protect health and the environment without killing innovation, weakening supply chain resiliency, and sending jobs to countries like China. For instance, the new chemical program at EPA is hampering innovation. There are 411 chemicals under review at EPA right now, 88% of which are behind their statutory deadline. As a result, more than 70% of our members are looking at bringing new chemistries to market outside of the United States. This is a direct example of regulations undercutting American innovation and competitiveness. Congressional oversight is needed to examine how proposed EPA regulations on the chemical sector will cut off access to products and technologies needed to support American manufacturing. Today's hearing is a good first step in this direction. We also urge Congress to consider legislation to improve the regulatory process, streamline permits, replace overly conservative regulations with flexible, smart, science-based policy approaches. We must work together to find a more thoughtful way to regulate our industry that does not sacrifice America's competitive advantage. So I'll close with a cautionary tale. I recently spent time in Europe meeting my counterparts, and I saw firsthand the ultimate impact of poor policy choices. Once a manufacturing powerhouse, Europe's share of worldwide chemical production is half of what it was 2 decades ago. We are witnessing the deindustrialization of Europe across most manufacturing sectors. This is a direct result of ill-conceived regulations and energy policies. The consequences are fewer jobs, less innovation, and higher prices. Please do not let America fall into that trap, and remember that American success relies on American chemistry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jahn, and thank you, witnesses, for your testimony. We will now begin the question session, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to begin questioning. You know, we want technology made in America under the strongest environmental and labor standards that not only protect the environment, but that also protect our energy security and our ability to be mobile and live our everyday lives. Yet we have government policies that discourage the essential steps to accomplish those goals. And I'll point out and reiterate what Mr. Jahn just said. 88% of the requests for chemical permits before the EPA have exceeded their statutory authority, the limit, the law, the statutory limit. Why do they think they're above the law? I don't know. In Ohio, we're proud of a major effort to build a semiconductor facility to manufacture the next generation of microchip technology in our state. This facility needs one specific chemical to be able to make and etch these chips, and only one plant outside of Asia could supply this factory with that material, a U.S. company with chemical manufacturing in a nearby state. However, EPA is slow-walking a permit for the plant's expansion necessary to supply the semiconductor facility with this vital ingredient. So, Mr. Jahn, are situations like this unique for the chemical industry? Between permitting issues and EPA's mismanagement of the TSCA program for new chemicals, is there a serious risk of your members offshoring chemical manufacturing to other countries?
Unfortunately, that situation occurs all too often, and in the situation you cited, it took tremendous political pressure from both sides of the aisle, organized labor, to get EPA to make the right decision at the 11th hour. The problem is we are not able to do that for all of the permits, for all of the facilities, for all the chemistries that we manufacture. It's just not practical. So they need to take a smarter approach, and specifically in the new chemicals program, as you said, we've got nearly 3/4 of our members who are saying, look, if we can't get a decision in a timely fashion, we're going to have to take those chemistries elsewhere.
Okay.
We have a member last week who told us that EPA told them it would be at least 6 to 12 months. On average, it's about 700 days to get a decision.
What would the supply chain impacts be of allowing chemical production to occur outside of the United States on a large scale?
So the United States is the second biggest chemical producer in the world. China is by far, it's 3 times bigger than the United States. But it's a globally competitive market. So if we're not able to innovate, that innovation will go somewhere else, most likely China or other chemical producing countries, and we'll lose the ability to control our supply chain.
And that's creating jobs over there.
Correct.
And it's making us more dependent on them.
Correct. If we've learned anything from the pandemic is that we need to regain control of our manufacturing supply chain. And the fact that if we want to continue to innovate and lead the world on some of the things, semiconductors is one example, there are plenty of others, that we need to move quickly, and that the decisions that EPA makes has a broad implications for that.
Okay. Would you, Mr. Jahn, would you consider EPA's recently proposed regulations to be reasonable? I mean, are they balanced?
We're concerned that they are not balanced from the standpoint of when you look at the scientific evidence that they are choosing to either ban or have de facto bans on chemistries because they set the levels so low for those chemistries. So just to give you an example, there's a list of at least 6 chemistries right now pending before EPA where they are lower than the lowest levels of anywhere else on Earth, somewhere between 2 and 438 times, depending on the chemistry.
Okay. So will the domestic chemical industry be able to innovate and compete globally, our American market, and keep jobs in America if these EPA rules continue in their unbalanced state that they're in?
It will be incredibly difficult to continue to invest here. There's a lot of decisions that go into making that investment. But the fact is, we are one of the leaders in the world, and we cannot fumble this opportunity because of regulatory overreach taking place at EPA.
I'm sorry for rushing you, but are your members looking, are you hearing from your members that some are looking to move overseas for manufacturing?
Our members are gravely concerned about the regulatory environment and where they make investments decisions going forward.
Mr. Jahn, Mr. Huntsman, and Mr. Whitaker, take this, my time has expired, so I'm going to let you take this one, and if you'd get back to me. The lack of critical manufacturing and supply chains in the United States is of a huge concern today. Why doesn't simply throwing money at this problem work? And what is the real-world impact of duplicative, overly burdensome, or overlapping regulations? If you would take that question and get back to us, I'd appreciate it. If you need us to forward it to you, we'll do that too. I yield, and now I recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thank you to our chair, and thank you again to our witnesses for your testimony. We know that PFAS exposure is connected to devastating health consequences. So, Dr. Woodruff, can you share with us any thoughts about the health effects of PFAS exposure?
Yes, perfluorinated chemicals, perfluoroalkyl substances, which you're talking about, comprises a class of 12,000 chemicals. The most famous ones are PFOA and PFOS, along with 6 other ones. And we know from both from many scientific studies published and a review of those studies by the National Academy of Sciences, as well as other evidence-based reviews, that PFAS can increase the risk of a number of different health outcomes, including lower birth weight babies, cancer risk, cardiovascular risk due to cholesterol changes, and thyroid problems, as well as effects on the immune system. And those are the health effects that we know about. I just want to comment that it's really hard to know about all the health effects of chemicals because the industry is not required for chemicals that are already existing on the marketplace to give information to the government on a complete set of data for us to understand what the potential health effects from these chemicals are, which would include all the 12,000, many of the PFAS that were already on the market starting in 1976. So when EPA has proposed regulation for 6 of the PFAS in drinking water, it turns out that we will save, as I mentioned, $2 billion a year just from reduced cardiovascular risk, increased birth weight among infants that are born in the United States, which also will reduce infant mortalities across the United States. And as you know, millions of Americans live with contaminated PFAS water systems. So it is really important that we understand, that we know, to act on the information that we have now about the PFAS and continue to focus on the activities that the Biden administration is doing to address the remaining thousands of PFAS that are still in use.
Thank you. And you mentioned the 6 PFAS chemicals that are in drinking water that they're currently examining at the EPA. You talk about the economic benefits outweighing the costs. How has EPA sought to quantify those benefits in this and other rules?
Yeah, so EPA will use scientific methods. They both use an evidence-based method. So under the Toxic Substances Control Act, and actually in the IRIS program, they're required to use a more rigorous method for evaluating the science, which is called systematic reviews. And they look at all the evidence, and then they characterize the relationship between the exposures and the health response, and they use that information to quantify the number of cases. However, currently EPA's approach only is applied to chemicals that result in cancer. So for example, PFAS. And in some cases where they have human evidence, they also look at quantify the relationship between those exposures and health outcomes. So for PFAS, they were able to do cardiovascular health effects as well as effects on birth weight in infants. However, for the vast majority of chemicals that EPA is regulating, and for those that are currently under risk management proposed rulemakings under TSCA, EPA is not using the most up-to-date methods to quantify the risks for health effects that are not cancer. So that can include neurological effects, so like similar to what might be seen in Parkinson's patients, adverse effects on the liver, like fatty acid type effects, which include precursors to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and liver toxicity. There are methods that EPA can use to quantify those health effects that have been developed by WHO, and we have shown that, unfortunately, since under the proposed rulemakings for the risk management rules that EPA has proposed, that the current levels that they are going to allow in occupational settings could result in up to 1 in 200 risk levels. So there will be health effects to those occupational exposures. And finally, so EPA can do this. It's a completely possible, though I would acknowledge that the agency is highly under-resourced, and so it is very difficult to do all the many requirements that are legally required under the legal requirements of the laws passed by Congress in order to do all the many things like do the new chemicals program, do all the permitting, do all the cleanups, because it takes a lot of people because they have such an enormous responsibility for protecting the public's health. And that's why resourcing EPA would help, and research on these chemicals would help improve our ability to identify and switch to safer alternatives.
Well, I thank you for that, and I do hear staffing is a concern, and they're working on that, but I encourage the agency, to use the best available science and full understanding of the benefits of its proposed rules as it works toward protecting Americans' health and their environment. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank y'all for being here, and I apologize for the delays. It's beyond our control, but appreciate your patience, your persistence. I've had the opportunity twice this year to travel to Houston to meet with a lot of the energy companies, and obviously Energy and Commerce Committee, and Mr. Huntsman, I had the opportunity earlier this year to meet with you, and I appreciate that. A very good conversation, very educational, and helped me a lot in understanding. But the one overriding thing that I keep hearing from all the companies is the permitting. Permitting is just crushing us. But it's not just the restrictions and the overregulation that I see from EPA. I mean, it looks like EPA is just playing by their own rules, and they set them up as they want just to get the decision that they like. And that's not the way this was set up by Congress. And for instance, I understand, and Mr. Jahn, I believe you mentioned this, that the EPA is missing congressionally mandated deadlines to review and approve chemicals. And it's gotten so bad that even the environmental groups are complaining about it. I mean, it's ridiculous what's going on here. Let me start with you, Mr. Huntsman, and ask you, I know you make decisions about where to locate and what to build based on permitting environments and as well as stable and predictable compliance regimes. What lessons would a company like yours learn about building in America when you see, and I don't use this word lightly, I think it's accurate, when you see nothing less than hostility in both permitting and regulations to your plants, to your feedstocks, and to your products?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And you're always welcome to come to Texas. Two things. First of all, just the building and the permitting time when you have people like Mayor Bloomberg, who's spending hundreds of millions of his own dollars to get, quote, beyond petrochemicals, that somehow we're going to go back and live in a world of caves or something like that. That is going to take the litigious and the delays of just building a new technology, bringing a new technology to market can take years and years. It is ironic that we're sitting here talking about PFAS, because if I wanted to make a replacement product, now think about this, and I agree with much of what you said, Congressman Tonko, and Dr. Woodruff as well. If I wanted to make an alteration to PFAS, that's actually easier to make an alteration with PFAS chemistry using existing technologies to the EPA than if I were to come up with a completely new, innovative idea. I probably would be waiting multiple years versus just a year or two, 3 to 5 years on something like that. Why on earth would I invest in something today that I'm not even sure is going to be able to hit the market for years and years? If I want to replace a PFAS technology, I'm actually disincentivized to use new technology. I'm actually disincentivized to build a new facility. I can go to China and build that facility in 2 years, get it permitted, built, probably financed, and have it running off of coal-based electricity. And that's what we're up against right now when we talk about returning money to shareholders.
Well, that was my next question. I wanted to ask you as well as you, Mr. Jahn, because you mentioned it in your testimony as well. If people really want to reshore American manufacturing, and I can assure you we want to. We want to make sure that we're reshoring American manufacturing. But if you wanted to do that and you wanted to create an actual domestic supply chain, Mr. Jahn, as you pointed out, we need to do that. We did indeed learn that lesson during the pandemic. What needs to happen? And Mr. Huntsman, you just mentioned some of it right there, but what needs to happen to make companies like yours willing to move back or to stay here in America?
Well, I can answer that very briefly. It really is about rewarding innovation. You look at something as simple as this water bottle. This water bottle 10 years ago took enough plastic to probably produce 10 water bottles today. And that's about innovation. It's about reducing resource. This is very profitable to make something like that because you're reducing raw materials, and it's also better for the environment. This is also raw material for our company. We consume nearly 2 billion of these bottles as a raw material for for polyurethane foam to insulate houses. So this is both the raw material, it's technology, it's innovation. We need to be rewarding. We're not asking for government help. We just
Great.
stay out of the way on some of these.
Mr. Jahn, you want to take a stab at that?
Sure. So again, you look at the new chemicals program. We've got a member company that's got a chemistry pending at EPA for 5 years that goes into electric vehicle batteries. And so again, we have to reward innovations with the investment here in the United States to achieve our national priority goals. So I think what our members are looking for overall is regulatory certainty, that the process works the way it's supposed to work and it's done on time.
Great. Well, again, thank all of you for being here. This is extremely important, and I hope that we are listening. We've got the business community right here telling us what we need to be doing, and no one knows better than they do. So thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Sarbanes for 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. 6 years ago, Congress passed the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act, as you know, which was the first major reform to the Toxic Substances Control Act, or TSCA, since it was originally passed nearly 50 years ago, so it was a very needed update. The bipartisan Lautenberg Act made critical updates that strengthened EPA's ability to protect public health and provided greater assurances for both consumers and for industry. Chief among these were requiring EPA to make safety determinations before a chemical can enter commerce and ensuring that these safety determinations are based solely on health and environmental risks, including requiring consideration of risk to vulnerable populations. Dr. Woodruff, how important were these revisions to TSCA in terms of guarding human and environmental health and safety, and can you speak specifically to the law's impacts on vulnerable populations?
Yes, so first I want to say that prior to the updates in 2016 for chemicals that were existing on the marketplace, which is 40,000, well, actually, at the time I thought it was 80,000. Since the inventory's been updated, it's 40,000 chemicals. There was almost no ability for EPA to regulate those chemicals. A good example is asbestos. EPA tried to regulate asbestos, which causes cancer and mesothelioma, and they could not. So essentially, the chemical industry could continue to use the 40,000 chemicals, which includes solvents like TCE, perchloroethylene, PFAS chemicals, BPA, plasticizers, without any regulatory consequences. That led to widespread exposures to these chemicals in the U.S. population. So studies that we have done, both at UCSF, as well as studies that have been done in consortium with the National Institutes for Health Environmental Influences on Child Health Outcomes, shows that pregnant women are exposed to dozens of different industrial chemicals, including the chemicals that should have been regulated under TSCA. So phthalates, BPA, PFAS, flame retardant chemicals. And so before TSCA was amended, it was difficult to regulate these chemicals. Since TSCA has been amended, EPA has a schedule. It is a challenging schedule, however, because for all the existing chemicals on the marketplace, which is 40,000 of them, they have to go through a prioritization process. So it is not, those chemicals can still remain on the market. There's no requirement that the chemical industry provide information about their potential to adversely impact health until they get to the point where EPA starts to consider them as a high priority chemical and then evaluates those high priority chemicals under a risk evaluation that now does not have to include a benefit cost test. So what we are seeing is that EPA has the capacity. It is really important that the law requires that EPA must consider risks to vulnerable populations, particularly during pregnancy, childhood, and occupational exposures. And that is because those are periods where the population is more vulnerable to effects of toxic chemical exposures due to development. And exposures during pregnancy can increase the risk of multiple childhood conditions, including neurodevelopmental disorders, metabolic disease, as well as asthma, all of which are increasing in the population. So now EPA must consider those. We are continuing to monitor how well EPA is considering those pregnancy and childhood susceptibilities, as well as occupational exposures. I will note that while EPA has to do that, as we have just recently, as we have commented on the recent proposed rulemakings, risk management rulemakings, they're still going to be setting the levels at a pretty excessive risk for occupational health workers, anywhere from 1 in 100 to 200.
I presume that you would agree that EPA needs resources in order to do all of these measures and put the protections in place, and the TSCA office hasn't really seen a commensurate increase in funding that would go with the increased responsibilities that it now has under this updated version of TSCA. Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to enter into the record a report prepared by the Environmental Working Group describing how uncertainty around funding, these government shutdowns, congressional operations shutdowns makes it even more difficult for EPA to effectively review and regulate chemicals. Without objection, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the testimony. I had some other questions, but I really just want to emphasize we got to make sure we get the resources to EPA in order to do the job that we've given them. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. It's interesting, some of the comments I've heard from my Democratic colleagues when, in just over 2 years, the Biden administration, the Democratic majority, added over $10 trillion in government spending that launched a massive rise in inflation that has drained people's savings and put tremendous strain on households that are struggling to make ends meet. They can't afford their groceries, can't afford to put gas in their cars, can't afford to adequately heat their homes. And it just concerns me that the delays that we're seeing in regulation from the regulatory regime of this administration is doing even more harm to people. You talked about a climate of uncertainty that's been created. I tell people all the time that money's just like water. It will always seek the path of least resistance. And if you want innovation, you want entrepreneurship, if you want to see products brought to the market that help people, that lower cost, then you've got to have some certainty in the regulatory environment as well. And that said, assuming that the EPA would not approve anything that causes harm, how does the delays in these approvals of the 88 chemicals that you guys have mentioned impact the economic well-being of lower and middle income families? Are there any of those chemicals that could be applied to products that would be of benefit to people, whether it means reducing the cost of goods and services or potential new jobs? Mr. Whitaker?
Well, with respect to the medical industry and the medical devices that we manufacture, anything that slows down the process of getting products to market through new regulations that aren't in sync with the public health needs is going to cause problems for everyone, including people in low-income communities and those that don't have access to the healthcare system. So the answer is yes, which is why We urge EPA to work closely with us and move together toward a solution rather than something that's going to cause harm.
In that regard, and again, assuming that the EPA will not approve anything that would cause harm, is it possible that the delays in the approvals of these new chemicals could possibly deny somebody a life-saving pharmaceutical or a life-saving medical device or a life-improving, improving the quality of life? Is that possible?
Theoretically, it's possible. I would defer to Mr. Jahn on the 88 chemicals, but I could say from our perspective, they go through the FDA to ensure that they're safe after the EPA has reviewed them as well.
Mr. Jahn,
Double check.
why would they hold up something that could potentially save someone's life or improve the quality of the life of someone struggling with a debilitating condition?
And so I'm going to add to that. So again, it's 88% of the new chemicals
88%,
so there's 411 pending, even though the statutory deadline is 90 days. The challenge is the administration has as a program is on staffing, is on process, is on the ability to execute effectively against its plan. And that is not a reason to throw more money at the program. We ought to see a plan to fix it, and then we can talk about what the appropriate resources are to complete.
You realize you're talking about the Biden administration when you say a plan.
I want to believe that everybody wants to do this as quickly as possible, and I would say to the Biden administration, I've talked to the administrator directly, it's like, it is in your own interest to move ahead on these things. Many of these chemicals that are pending in the queue have better environmental performance.
How many of them may or may not be critical to our national defense? Because a lot of the chemicals that you guys produce are critical to our munitions production and other
Absolutely, sir.
applications in our national defense. So
There's a lot of discussion about PFAS in the last conversation. The Department of Defense came out with a report last week. I encourage all of you to look at it. It has details about how DOD needs PFAS to be able to go into applications that defend our country. It made very definitive statements about the cost not only to defense, but to United States society. That came out just last Thursday, I believe. I encourage everybody in the committee to take a very close look at that.
Mr. Huntsman, in your testimony, you made the point that I tried to make a moment ago about people not being able to afford to warm their homes. We've seen this played out in Europe. The Economist magazine reported there were 68,000 people died last winter in Europe because they couldn't afford their household utility bills. They couldn't keep them adequately heated.
Look, all these regulations, and I'm not saying they're not needed, but we've got to understand there's a cost that goes with them, and that cost is incredibly regressive through society. If you look at Europe, and that's more around their energy policy, you're absolutely right. It's a complete catastrophe, and it's last year was one of the worst winters that they had from the point of view that you just mentioned, and it was also one of the warmest winters they've had.
And that's a great point. Well, Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I thank you for the indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
So I actually hadn't remembered to say this, but my first job out of college was working at the EPA in the Office of Toxic Substances under the TSCA and the Regulatory Impacts Branch of the Office of Toxic Substances way back in the day. And I will tell you, I was trying to decide whether to become an economist or a lawyer. I was an economist. I was supposed to be looking at cost-benefit assessments of new chemicals. And I decided to go to law school because no one listened to the economists, everyone listened to the lawyers. And there we are today. First of all, I want to say to Mr. Jahn, I'm in working on spending a lot of time figuring out how to deploy the American investment in climate action that's in the IRA. And one of the most frustrating things for me is the delays that this government occasions on people who are applying for stuff. I think it is possible that there are chemicals that want to come along that are safer, that we're delaying from replacing more dangerous things. I totally buy that. I think it's completely plausible. It doesn't surprise me a bit. And I've always said in my practice, when I practice environmental law, I said, no is the second best answer. I'd rather you tell me yes, but if you're going to tell me no, tell me now so I can go on to something else. And I just want to say, I would love to work with you on that. I don't know if it's just a matter of resources. I suspect that's part of it. But if there's specific fixes that you think would be helpful, so that we can get, yeses and nos rather than nots. And I would be happy to help on that. This conversation has been a little bit unspecific. It's sort of like, are regulations good? Are regulations bad? Do regulations have costs? Do regulations have benefits? Of course they do. I'm struggling with figuring out like what we're supposed to do in the face of this. But one observation I will make, and I have a question about it, is that the conversation within the EPA doesn't account for all the trade-offs that we're talking about. In particular, the chemistry supply chains that are essential to clean energy technologies like electric vehicles. And maybe, Mr. Jahn, you could speak to that. What is the role of chemistry or plastics, or however you want to characterize it, in deploying the energy transition that we're looking at in the IRA?
So chemistry is essential science, and it's essential science on making progress on climate. So if every possible alternative energy source, any source of any kind of energy, but as well as alternative sources, starts with chemistry. So you look at the hydrogen hub announcement last week, we have multiple members involved in that. Solar panels, wind turbines, direct air capture, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We have members that are leading the charge on all of those things. And we're gonna need new innovative chemistries to make progress on that. I already gave an example today about electric vehicle batteries, waiting 5 years for an answer on that. What we can't do is, if you wanna continue to make progress on some of these priorities, let's have a system that does not work and allow us to innovate and move forward quickly on that. And I would be happy to work with you on that. I will say there was legislation that came out of this committee earlier this year that would address for energy, and it would put a shot clock on the deadline for the review of those chemicals in the energy space. We're supportive of that, and we're happy to work with everybody on the subcommittee to try to move forward.
Maybe just ask you specifically, do you have specific ideas for us on how to make this go faster? A shot clock would be one.
Yes,
In other words, if the shot clock runs out, it's approved?
correct.
Any other ideas?
How about prioritize results?
Okay, so how would you measure that?
I would look at what is the impact on a per application basis. Going to electric vehicles, for example. We're dealing with now a battery that can have a runaway reaction of up to 1,000 degrees, right? And the materials that go around that protect around heat, that have better reactivity in the battery. If you have a simple chemistry that can extend a battery by 4 or 5%, because we're talking, that's in the world of batteries, that's an enormous leap forward. We produce those products today in the United States. Some of them we're sitting on, some of them we can't compete because we're competing against Chinese imports. And so as we look at the actual benefit from an environmental point of view, there ought to be some sort of benefit, some sort of range that you could be able to look at and prioritize. If the EPA is going to be spending money on electric school buses, should this maybe take priority over something like that? Is that what the EPA ought to be involved in?
So, actually, you're coming back to what I said at the beginning. So you're asking the EPA to look at some of the economic effects of the choices it's making.
It's about priorities.
And we could prioritize for them by providing them a financial incentive. They don't get paid until they get the work done. We pay for these reviews. To be really clear about this, we put money on the table to ask the government to review it before we go to market. You don't get your money until you get the job done.
My time has expired, but if you have specific ideas for me, I'd love to have them
Yes, sir.
writing. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, the vice chair of our subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
First, I want to thank Chairman Johnson for holding this hearing today, and thank for the witnesses for being here. Apologies for the delay. I am very concerned about the EPA's proposed ethylene oxide emissions and draft regulation decision, and I am not the only one. At an event on April 28th, FDA Commissioner Kaloff was asked about ethylene oxide rulemaking, and he responded, and I quote, "This issue is very much on the forefront for all of us. We are highly aware of it, and we are engaged in discussions." He concluded with, "I'm very worried." Those worries today are even more so. In college, I spent a summer in central supply in a sterilization unit of a community hospital. I can say with firsthand knowledge how critical adequate sterilizing procedures are in regarding procedures, surgeries, and ultimately regarding patient safety. This may sound hyperbolic, but restricting ethylene oxide can paralyze Americans' medical services because of the lack of an effective alternative to ensure appropriate, safe patient care. I'm a physician. Previously, I was responsible on a daily basis for 25 or 30 patients and their safety. Today, my responsibility is for the safety of 750,000 constituents. 750,000 constituents who rely on safely sterilized equipment for their medical procedures. Beside me is a poster, and you can see the differences to the naked eye in this poster that is beside me. There are glass syringes, some treated with gamma radiation, and the ones on top are treated with ethylene oxide. You see the clear difference, the clarity that remains with the ethylene oxide treated syringes, and how the gamma irradiation discolors those syringes. In contrast, it's stark. My first question is for you, Mr. Whitaker. Why is it essential that ethylene oxide is used for medical instruments and devices for tiny parts and the crevices that needs to be sterilized?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for that question. There are about 40 to 50 million surgeries a year in the United States. So we're talking about millions and millions of instruments. And the reality is, if you don't do those safely with sterilized products, patients are going to be harmed by that. And the reality is today, and this is why Commissioner Califf was so concerned, there's not another sterilization product that gets to all the areas of the most intricate medical supplies as it is needed. And the result is that it's going to be the likelihood of poor execution on a surgery or infections that may come from that. So what you've outlined there is one great example, but there are plenty of others and other platforms as well that would be negatively affected by using the wrong sterilization method.
I think the clarity resonates by seeing the inability to maintain clear syringes, which will be used in a multiple of surgeries and procedures. Mr. Whitaker, AdvaMed has publicly stated that the EPA's proposals, as drafted, will result in an estimated total capacity reduction at sterilization facilities of approximately 30 to 50%, or even upwards of 70% in some facilities. Right. Paint me a picture, please, of what healthcare in America looks like if 50% of our nation's 20 billion manufactured medical devices cannot be adequately sterilized. How will that ultimately affect patient care?
A terrible effect on patients. It would bring surgeries and procedures, in some cases, to a screeching halt. You would have supply shortages in hospitals that we've never seen before, and it's real. This is not hyperbole. We're not just making this up. It's real. At the end of the day, the risk associated with executing this rule in its current form is a major risk to access and patient health, and at its core, that's why we're most concerned. Now, we've suggested FDA or the EPA a number of ways to make this palatable. We haven't yet to get an answer from them on that, but we remain hopeful that we can improve it.
Do you think we are on the cusp of a potential healthcare crisis, another one having just come through COVID?
Well, there's no question it would cause a crisis if the regulation goes into effect as it's currently drafted.
Mr. Whitaker, the proposed rules issued by the EPA earlier this year to implement additional regulations for sterilization facilities may result in facilities ceasing their operation and put a supply chain crisis here in the United States. It's an alarming EPA proposal that aims to change the processes for medical device sterilization. Do you believe the EPA has fully consulted with the FDA on the appropriate methods necessary to ensure medical devices are sterilized?
I would hope they have. I'm not sure that they have. Had they, I would suggest Commissioner Califf would not still be concerned. So if he's still concerned, I would suggest more consultation is required because we have to get this right.
Thank you for your clear answers. Your concern are our concerns on this committee as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Huntsman, thank you for being here. Good to see you again. I want to come back to actually something you actually said in your remarks. I'm going to quote it verbatim. U.S. has the strongest, most effective environmental laws governing clean air and water in the world. It's not always that way, and our industry has made mistakes. However, when you compare the environment in the developed world today to even 1980, the progress is staggering. This is the water in the Potomac River, the air in Los Angeles, and our rivers and streams are all cleaner. This is due to the combination of strong government regulations, corporations being held legally accountable for wrongdoing, and because wealthy nations have the final resources to prioritize the environment. and you make a great statement, the more prosperous society becomes, the better it can manage the environment. That's a great statement. And I would postulate, too, that it also includes the medical community, what the good doctor here was just talking about. If there's nothing better than ethylene oxide, I'm not a medical doctor. Of course, I owned an air conditioning company for 35 years, small business guy. But I'm just thinking about chlorine and bleach, right? I mean, chlorine strong enough doses could really be detrimental to you. But it does help us keep our clothes clean things up, so we're not going to outlaw chlorine, right? That's just kind of a simple analogy I'm going to draw there. The fact that you remark that as countries become more prosperous, the better we are at these things. I am appalled to hear that one rule, Mr. Jahn, takes 5 years to get that through. That's absolutely appalling. So with that said, as my personal opinion, let me jump over to the question. And Mr. Huntsman, your family has been instrumental in the Gulf Coast of Texas, and for that's jobs, that's industry, that's developing things that most of the people in this room don't even know. But we thank you for that. We really do thank you for that. You mentioned Germany. We talked about producing critical products in America, and the countries don't do it. And then you mentioned Germany. How's that working for Germany? Elaborate on that, producing critical products, what they're not doing.
Well, it was mentioned earlier, and I think that you can simply see that the chemical production in Germany has been reduced by roughly 22% in the last year and a half. And that's not just because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It started before that. And so Europe, for the first time in over 50 years, is a net importer of chemicals. Those chemicals that are coming from China and from other Middle Eastern countries and other places do not have anywhere near the regulatory environment the Europeans do or that the U.S. does. And so they're basically outsourcing their emissions.
You're probably aware of this, Mr. Jahn, I bet you are too. The oldest chemical company in the world, BASF, right? And I forget how many hundreds of thousands of people they employ. And you know where they're from? Germany. And so apparently Germany didn't learn its lesson. Mr. Jahn, I'm going to come to you. One of my greatest concerns is the attack on the chemical industry that it feels like often are not based on reliable science. The attacks threaten our supply chains. I'm sure y'all been talking about it, only to serve to increase our reliance on foreign nations. In 2020, we all witnessed supply chain shortages for medical equipment firsthand during the pandemic. Could this administration's regulatory assault on American production lead to supply shortages of critical products like PPE, surgical devices, and any others you'd like to mention?
Yes, sir. Exactly those things. We lived through that during the pandemic, and I hope that we can learn the lesson from the pandemic and make sure that we onshore not only the manufacture of those materials, but the advanced materials that go into the manufacture of that. Let me give you just one example, and that's semiconductors. We've talked about that a little bit already today. Believe it or not, you need about 500 different chemistries to manufacture a computer chip. So, for all this work that we've done to bring these facilities to make this in this country, we need to onshore the supply chain for semiconductors as well. And there are a number of different rules pending at EPA that would impede our ability to do that. There's 5 different chemistries that would be impacted. There's a good colloquy here about ethylene oxide, for example. You need ethylene oxide to sterilize the facility so that you can manufacture that computer chip. So what I would say is, and this is not quoting us, is the semiconductor industry called a recent EPA rule devastating and would result in the semiconductor industry being unable to manufacture devices in the United States. So that's where we're at right now.
That's a great statement. And ethylene oxide that the doctor was talking about, you were talking about, you said 40 to 50 million surgeries a year in the United States? Is that what we said?
Yeah,
Is that what you said,
between
Mr.
40 and 50 million surgeries, yeah.
Okay.
And 95% of the surgical instruments that are used are sterilized with ethylene oxide today.
Think about hamstringing that, what that would do to the medical industry. And I appreciate you all being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, for holding this important hearing on the impact that the regulations coming out of the Environmental Protection Agency and what the impact that'll have on the chemical industry and that they're vital to medical devices and other essential products. I've become increasingly concerned with the EPA overreach in this administration, especially in the chemical sector. Some regulations from the EPA are limiting the ability for manufacturers and companies to utilize chemicals that are integral to life-saving medical devices. I would also like to highlight that the chemical industry has an important presence in my home state of Georgia and in my district, and Georgia is the best state to locate your business 10 years in a row, and we're glad to have you. The chemical industry provides 600 direct jobs in my district with wages that are 19% higher than the average manufacturing wage in Georgia. $11 billion in federal taxes are generated by this industry in my district, and while they ship billions of dollars worth of products to customers around the world. Mr. Jahn, a former EPA administrator, was once quoted as saying that the legality of the regulation is not as important as the signal it sends to the investors and marketplace. You represent numerous companies of all sizes that are at the forefront of innovative and life-enhancing products. These companies make investment and job decisions based on the existing and anticipated regulatory environment. And as that former EPA administrator pointed out, proposals send a message to these companies and create uncertainty in the marketplace. So, can you speak to the negative consequences of some of these unreasonable proposed rules coming out of the EPA and what that'll have on future investments and Americans' retirement?
Yes, sir. So one thing I want to be clear on as I start my answer here is that we are not against regulation. We're against non-science-based approaches to regulate in our industry. The chemical industry is already the most heavily regulated sector of American manufacturing. I'm not here to complain about any of that today. What I am concerned about, though, is the cumulative regulatory impact that is unprecedented in our industry's history. Let me just give you an example of that. There are 13 proposed regs on our industry. The cost to the American economy is over $7 billion based on the administration's own figures. That increased the compliance costs of our industry, which are already in the billions of dollars, by 50%. Additionally, there are 7 economically significant regulations of those 13. That is more than the Obama, Trump, and Bush administrations combined. Those 3 administrations, there's more happening right now than those previous 3. So those are the facts. They have tremendous consequences. We've talked a lot about Europe today. They have gone in the wrong direction, and we've already seen how that movie ends. Mm-hmm. We can take a different course. And so again, we want to work with everybody on this committee and work with the administrator and his folks to make sure that we get on track and so that we can continue to invest in this company and not fumble the opportunity that we've been given because of the shale gas revolution and the tremendous growth and investment that we have made in the past decade.
And all of that additional cost is going direct to the consumer.
Correct. So there's a discussion about inflation before.
Yep.
That all gets passed along to the end consumer, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Jahn and Mr. Huntsman, many people in support of an aggressive regulatory posture on existing chemicals believe that the marketplace will quickly be filled with safer replacement chemicals. Can you both speak to how realistic that scenario is in the United States, especially considering the results of new chemical approvals at EPA?
It is not realistic. We just talked about regulatory certainty. We get a situation where the statute says 90 days and you get another additional period of time if you can't meet that. The way it really works in reality is it's about 700 days. And so there's about 3/4 of our members who are looking at introducing new chemistries to market somewhere else other than the United States.
I would just note that when, as I said earlier, if I'm altering chemistry versus if I'm coming up with something new, and again, when we're talking about lightweighting airplanes, we're talking about lightweighting EVs and the battery technologies, we're talking about all the innovations in the chip industry and so forth. We need a whole new family of chemistries, not just altering 20, 30, 40-year-old formulations. Every 5 years, 30% of our chemistry changes, and it improves every time we change. We need to be able to do that even faster. We need to be able to do that quicker, and we ought to be, again, incentivized to come up with new technologies rather than just taking old technology.
Yeah, and this stifles innovation, which stifles our worldwide competitiveness.
Right.
Because, you have to be innovative to be competitive. Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes my friend and colleague from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman from Ohio. Appreciate that. Thank you all for being here today. Mr. Whitaker, you're up first. Thank you for being here. But the EPA rules, if finalized, would require FDA to evaluate the sterilization process for a large number of medical devices to ensure that the devices are sterile. Given the quick compliance timelines, EPA seems to have underestimated the amount of time and resources that this would require. Mr. Whitaker, what timelines do you believe would provide the medical device industry with enough time to comply with FDA requirements for revalidating medical devices?
I'm not sure I can put a specific timeline on the industry more broadly because of the depth and breadth of the work we do, so it would depend on the product particularly, right? So, but I will say to go through that revalidation process and the reapproval process can take years to get done, right? And so if we're set back on products we're already producing and going through a revalidation process that could take years to complete, obviously the impact that has on the medical supply chain is tremendous.
Agree. Thank you. I feel better now. I get a little nervous when I try without my glasses. Mr. Jahn, good to see you. Thank you. And this has been mentioned several times as the ethylene oxide, or the ETO, is naturally present in the environment. The risk assessment EPA is using would suggest that every location in the nation is exceedingly hazardous. The risk assessment proposed for sterilization facilities rules is a magnitude higher than levels individuals are exposed to every day, whether from natural human biological processes or other sources such as car motors and grills. Recognizing this, and at the request of Texas regulators, my good friend in Texas, the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine initiated an effort recently to review Texas's risk assessment of ETO. What is the industry's assessment of the Texas standard as we compare to what is being proposed in the EPA rules?
Yes. So in our view, it takes a more balanced scientific approach. It has been peer-reviewed, and TCEQ's approach seeks to ground truth the selection of important scientific evidence that is critically missing in EPA's IRIS risk assessment. To be honest, that's a different approach than what we suggested based on other studies. But it's a more realistic analysis of the human health impacts of ethylene oxide. And again, I want to be clear on this. We're not saying that there shouldn't be a standard for ethylene oxide. We're saying there's an appropriate scientific-based standard. As you said, the human body produces 19,000 times the level of the EPA standard.
Thank you. Follow up. Mr. Jahn, do you believe it's a good idea for the EPA to move forward with regulations before the National Academy completes its review of the Texas standard?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the panelists, thank you for your participation here today. And I realize, I'm going to direct this to Mr. Jahn, and I realize that you're not EPA directly here, but you may have some insight. I hope you do. There's a company in my district in Idaho called BASF. They're a very large company, but there's a major facility in Parma, Idaho. About 150 employees there, but the EPA is behind on providing what's called a risk determination for chemicals slated for commercial manufacturing. They're parts of Section 5 and 6 of the Toxic Substances Control Act must provide a registration determination after at least 90 days, but no more than 180 days. That's the parameter. And we've learned the EPA is taking more than 365 days. And I've got a whole list of other statistics that I'm not going to go into because it would probably take my entire time, but it basically describes and provides evidence of some of the shortcomings of the EPA when it comes to these activities. I just want to know, from your vantage point and your experience, can you provide some insight onto what really the problem is with EPA when it comes to these things?
Yes, there's a significant challenge there, and unfortunately BASF is not the only company that's dealing with this. There are 411 chemistries in the queue right now, and 88% of them are behind the deadlines that you cited. So the challenge that EPA has is it needs to improve its process. It needs to enhance its talent acquisition to be able to deal with these applications. Need to ensure accountability. There are no consequences if EPA does not act. And it needs to improve the communication with the applicants. Let me give you an example of what really happens here. You've got a 90-day deadline. On day 89, EPA comes back to the company and requests more information, and it gives you two options as that member, as that company. You can either give us, we want more information. Sorry, I left that out. So we want more information from the company. On day 89, we'll give you the opportunity to delay the application to submit that data, and then it goes down in the system as a manufacturer requested delay, or EPA denies your permit. That's it. That's the way it works now. So I would suggest that we need to take a fresh look at how this program works, and we would be happy to work with this committee to see what we could do to make things move forward more effectively. We've talked previously about a shot clock, about funding and financial incentives to make sure that the administration does its job in a timely manner.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to deviate from the general script, and I'm going to reflect back on your opening statement of the day, once upon a time, before we did the break. And as part of your statement, you shared a situation in the semiconductor industry where so much of the critical mineral, the chemicals necessary for the semiconductor industry are not available or sourced in the United States. Yet, the administrative effort and frankly a lot of the effort that Congress has made, including the CHIPS Act, is encouraging that manufacturing process to be done within the United States. I did just a little bit of homework since now and then. I just want to state this for the record, because semiconductor industry is near and dear to my heart. Much of my life before this was in that industry of micron technology. Here are our top four of the top ingredients necessary for creating a semiconductor, and here is the situation when it comes to sourcing. Arsenic, 0% of that is sourced in the United States, necessary for semiconductor manufacture, primary source, China. Cobalt, 24% is sourced in the United States, necessary for semiconductors, primary source, China. Gallium and arsenide, 0% sourced in the United States, necessary for semiconductors, primary source, China. Palladium, 16% sourced in the United States, but here we at least get a little bit of deviation on the source. That comes from Russia. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to just put that on the record. What you said in your opening statement was dead on. And that means those of us in these seats need to be taking action to try to get that changed. Lastly, before my time's gone out, changing gears again, Mr. Huntsman, I want to thank you. I want to thank your family and the efforts that you all have contributed for life-saving efforts that impacted a number of lives, including my own, as I struggle with cancer. And so just a public thank you to you and for your family's work and legacy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Thank the gentleman for his comments. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a great hearing. What an important topic here. So much at stake. A lot of discussions on ethylene oxide and what that impact is. And so I know a lot of those questions have been asked. So, Mr. Whitaker, please understand I'm going to diverge into a couple other areas here. But I appreciate knowing, and after my colleague here talked about the advances in the medical industry and how chemistry plays such an important role in that. The reality is that we wouldn't have to have this hearing if the EPA did not have a track record of overreach. That's really the reality that we're in. I love the discussion on a non-science-based approach. We can't have a non-science-based approach to regulations. It has to be science-based. Nobody understands that better than folks that are experts in the chemistry industry. I'm worried about, and have had conversations with Mr. Huntsman in Houston before, about the offshoring, the impact to our national security, the impact to our economic security, the impact to emboldening our adversaries to do more of the things that we used to do. And the manufacturing that we've seen bleed out of Western Europe is at risk of happening in the United States of America if we don't act now, and that's why we're here. So I'll start by asking a couple of questions. My staff has done a good job, Mr. Jahn. They said, for example, there are over 500 different chemicals needed to develop computer chips. You just mentioned that. That's an effort that this administration has touted, but can you just kind of elaborate on how these regulations will speed up the offshoring to places like China?
The United States is the second biggest chemical manufacturer in the world. China's 3 times bigger than we are, and they are growing. We have expanded in this country over the past decades, investing over $200 billion because of the availability of shale gas, that we're cost competitive on an energy basis. We have a $24 billion trade surplus in chemistry. However, our trade deficit with China on chemistry is $5 billion. So if we go in the wrong direction, again, on so many regulations, I just talked about that, the tremendous amount of unprecedented regulatory activity on our industry, we're going to fumble the opportunity that we have right now to continue to grow and provide the innovation that we need to achieve our national goals. And so we're very concerned that this is going to drive innovation and investment to places like China. We've already seen that happen in Europe. The European share of the chemical industry over the past 2 decades has been cut in half. And so we do not want to follow that path.
Thank you for that. And fumbling the ball is exactly what the path that we're on right now. You mentioned the DOD report. I have that report right here as a former military member. I worked in an area with weapons systems and a very critical part of the Department of Defense that used PFAS. So, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to enter this report into the record, and I'll halt on the questions because
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Huntsman, let's go to the Permian Basin. You mentioned something very interesting about the economic impact that should be considered. And when EPA is doing their regulations and when they are looking at implementing things, and they've, to date, at least a dozen regulatory efforts that would hurt the chemical manufacturing sector if not looked at appropriately. I'm very interested in your thoughts on that economic impact in the Permian Basin for the feedstock that companies like yours and others in this country depend on, and what that impact would be if we continue down the path of implementing overburdensome regulations.
Well, we're either going to be in a position where we export natural gas around the world, or we actually export automobiles and semiconductors, and we actually export the finished materials that are derived from natural gas. Natural gas is not only a form of electricity, it's also a major natural raw material that comes with ethane, propane, the various raw materials that come out of the ground when you take methane out of the ground. Those are all critical raw materials for our industry. So I'm not opposed to exporting methane or natural gas around the world, but I do believe we can be doing a better job as a country exporting the downstream derivative materials that come from the petrochemical industry and the jobs that are created therein.
Thank you. Lastly, I'll stick with you, Mr. Huntsman. There's been a lot of talk on the current administration bringing the EV and battery supply chain to the U.S. What would it take to do that, to develop it here?
You're going to have to change about 180 degrees when it comes to your mining policies. Many of your, again, it's about speed. It's about competing with China. It's not that China's starting. They're already there. They're producing more batteries. They're producing more electric cars than the rest of the world combined times a multiple. And if we're really serious about this, we've got to get after it. And it's got to start with minerals, it's got to start with chemicals, and it's got to start with an expedited priority about jobs and economic opportunity.
180-degree change in policy. I like that. I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady, Dr. Miller-Meeks from Iowa.
Thank you very much. And I think it was Mr. Jahn who wanted to say something. Do you want to add something?
I was just going to chime in and say that the administration is looking at 5 different chemistries that goes into automobile manufacturing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank the chair, my colleagues, and also our witnesses here today. The chemical industry plays a significant role in the U.S. Supply chain, manufacturing supply chain. Nationwide, the chemical industry generates $639 billion in annual revenue, and the U.S. is the second largest global producer, producing 11% of the world's chemicals. Specifically, in my district in southeast Iowa, the chemical industry provides 2,250 direct jobs, generates an additional 5,480 jobs in plastics and rubber products, and pays $179 million in wages. The current regulatory environment of the Environmental Protection Agency would put thousands of jobs in my district. And when people sneer at that, let me say that as a country, when we build wealth, we clean up our environment. Every nation that has created more wealth has had a cleaner functioning environment. And just exporting environmental risks to China or other countries does not absolve us of any responsibility towards cleaning the environment, a better environment, or better health for the people in the United States or the world. We had last month a hearing on the EPA's proposed particulate matter 2.5 standard that would decimate manufacturing in our state. Now we're looking at the EPA's concerning regulatory actions in the chemical industry that would ultimately lead to prohibiting the domestic manufacturing of chemicals. These chemicals are an essential everyday products we use today, including your cell phone, your car, your electronics, medical devices, as already been alluded. Specifically, the overregulation of ethylene oxide and formaldehyde would have significant impacts on our nation. The FDA estimates that 20 billion medical devices are sterilized using ethylene oxide. This includes surgical kits, IVs, anesthesia masks, heart valves, pacemakers. How many people would die from not having access to medical care because we don't have the devices that they need? These aren't just my concerns. In fact, the FDA stated in public comments to EPA that ethylene oxide may be the only method to date that effectively sterilizes and does not change the device during the sterilization process. I'm a former operating room nurse. I know all about sterilization and the sterilization methods that we have. The FDA went on to state without ethylene oxide, there would be significant sterilization shortfall with no commensurate sterilization alternative. Shortages stemming from a lack of ethylene oxide would have significant impacts on patient health and access to critical medical devices and patient care. How many people would die? How many people would die? Now, I'm also an ophthalmologist. And as you know, devices such as intraocular lenses used to treat cataracts in seniors and other populations is not only sterilized by ethylene oxide, it can only be sterilized with ethylene oxide given the delicate materials it's made of. How irresponsible is it to put forward a rule or regulation when there is no alternative to the sterilization method now? And absolutely we want to prevent cancers. Absolutely we want to clean the environment. But there is a risk to that, and what we're talking about is that risk and that benefit. So I understand that cataract surgery utilizing intraocular lenses is the most performed surgery in the United States today, with more than 8,000 surgeries per day. So what would be the impact on America's seniors if ethylene oxide were no longer produced in the United States? Mr. Whitaker?
It would be devastating. You mentioned intraocular lenses. That's one, and a very important one. It would essentially shut that down. But that's not limited to that type of surgery. It would be across the board for everyone in surgery. As I mentioned earlier, about 40 to 50 million surgeries a year. And the vast majority of products, 95% of products and surgical kits, are sterilized using ethylene oxide. I think the numbers speak for themselves. The hospital system could not operate with that level of impact, and it's not worth that risk. We're not opposed to a regulation. We think you can do it right, and we can work with the EPA to get there. But you have to be thoughtful, and you have to be science-based, and you have to be focused on the patients as well as the rule itself, and that's why it's so critical, and I thank you for raising it.
And I think both parties, both Republicans and Democrats, through the pandemic have realized that we need to diversify our supply chain from China. So in doing this, what would this mean for the capacity and supplies of critical medical technology needed for patient care?
Yeah, if the rule goes into effect as it is today, it would be very difficult from a supply chain standpoint as well. Shortages are almost certain to happen and happen quickly, and companies would have to relocate facilities overseas in order to sterilize at the level they need to. When you have to do that, then you have to ship product back into the country, and the supply chain challenges are more complicated.
Or maybe patients would have to go
Or
abroad
people would
for
go
their
elsewhere
cancer
to get them.
treatment?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Seeing no other members seeking time to ask questions, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, that will be the order. I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask the witnesses to please respond to those questions promptly. I want to thank our witnesses again. This has been a very insightful hearing. Thank you all for taking your time to be with us today. And with that, our witnesses are excused, and the subcommittee is adjourned.
It's true. That is very true. Thank you.
We have to use it, we do have to use it now, it's just the reality. So if we don't,
See you all.
products will work at FDA will.
Good to see you again.
It would be huge. Mr. Huntsman, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We know you're busy, but critically important. Thank you.
Yeah, you, in response to the question about the other people who died. Thank you very much.
You were outside when I
came down and spoke. Thanks for a couple of decades. 68
Wasn't the rich for, was not the rich died.
No.
Bay Area
Yeah.
for a number of years.
He had his several years. UK, it's a scandal. They had 17,000.
I went out to visit. It's off
Years
a good amount of time.
People with cardiovascular issues.
We played with the 49ers, so we used to go out to training camp and
Something I was worried about warming by 1 degree.
I ran a think tank for 24 years. I set up this national network, also network.
because they've got us.
Family, settlement, all part of that.
Is that a number of years ago, but it was always.
It was